Welcome to the Automotive Painting Mastery course, where you will learn how to paint your own motorcycle or car or just about anything else, as it is the same process. My name is Raisen and I will be leading you through the course. I began my career as a seaman but soon transitioned myself out of my passion as an automotive painter. And currently I am teaching how to paint your own vehicle on udemy.com. I have designed this course for anybody who wants to paint their own vehicle by themselves. By the end of this course, if you follow what I am showing you in this course, you can become a professional automotive painter. I will be showing you how to attain a great looking finish which you can boast about in front of your friends. I will walk you through the entire process step by step. The ideal student for this course is anyone who is seeking to paint their own vehicle or anyone who wants to expand his knowledge about automotive painting. There are no necessary requirements to enroll in this course. I only ask you to come open-minded and ready to learn. Feel free to go through the course description and I'm looking forward to see you inside. Hello everyone and welcome back to Auto Spray Paint Learning, and this is a special assignment video which I am putting in the course because many of my students are struggling. They want to know where they can get their stuff from, where they can buy their tools from, where they can buy their paints from. The tools you can get online as well as offline. It depends where you live, but it is important to know where you can get your paints from. So what I want you all to do is you will have to look for the nearest paint shop, the automotive paint shop, not the normal hardware shop, but an automotive paint shop. For sure, wherever you stay in this world, there will be a paint shop nearby your location. So take your car or bike, go out on a drive and check on the maps for the nearest paint shop. Go in the market area, ask somebody, or go to a auto body and paint shop, ask them where they buy their paints. So this is how you can locate where the automotive paint shop is. And once you find that paint shop, see that you buy a small item from there, and while buying that, ask them what they are selling, what they have, what you can buy from them, what tools they are selling. So all this stuff just ask while buying that small stuff which you will buy there. And once you do that, come back, and I have put a 30-second survey down below in this section, and let me know what is the biggest challenge you are facing at the moment to restore your vehicle. What this will do is it will help me to serve you with more good videos which will help you in learning this skill. So remember to take that survey. So once you fill in that survey, see that you remember to join the Star Membership Club Facebook group. So scroll right down in your course, and on the bottom you will find a bonus section in which you will find a link to join the group, where you can post your photos and videos of your paint jobs and also ask questions. So hoping that you are enjoying and learning a lot from this course. And that's all in this video guys, and I will see you guys in my next videos. Hey, Raisen here. Welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will talk about safety equipments. So what comes first as safety? First thing which comes is the mask, which is a very important equipment. It is better if you don't paint if you don't have this. It's so important, because if you paint without this, all the paint will go in your lungs and all your system will get corrupted inside, and in the end you will have bad health, and that's the end of your career. So always use a mask while you are painting or handling any thinners, primers, anything. Always wear the mask. Now I will show you how to wear the mask. Just have to go like this, and there's the clip behind. And there you go. As you can see, this mask is sealed. It's vacuum tight. And now you may not be able to hear what I'm saying. So this is the mask and these are the cartridges. These cartridges can be replaced after a while. But if you are wearing this, you will not get any smell of the paint. Believe me, it is so good. So always wear this mask. So what comes next? Let's see what we have. Next comes the rubber gloves. Again, very important while handling thinners, paints, everything. Just wear this knit-style gloves. It will protect your hands because our skin is porous and because the chemicals can affect us in any way. So always use these rubber gloves while handling everything. Next comes is a goggle. If you are doing grinding work, always wear these goggles because the grinder, even if a small part hits your eyes, it is a killing sensation, believe me. So always wear this safety goggle. If you are doing some welding work, some body work, always this is the goggle for welding purposes. It has a black shade, so it can close like this while you are welding. So this is done. Next is this leather gloves. Always while doing grinding, use these gloves, and also while doing some welding work, because if the grinding thing hits your hand, it will hurt you a lot. The next thing is always wear long sleeve shirt. Most of you all must be having long sleeve shirt and a long pant, and always wear closed shoes so that your whole body is protected, because you don't want to end up in the hospital while doing this job. You want to make a career. So if you want to make a career, protect yourself. So that's all in this video, and I will see you in my next video.
Hello everyone and welcome to Auto Spray Paint Learning, and in this video we will remove a scratch without painting. Don't forget to share your reviews about my course, if you like it, or is there something which I can do to improve my course. So let's start. As you can see here, there is a white scratch on my car, and if there is a white scratch like this on your paint, it means that this scratch has only affected your clear coat and has not touched your paint. So if you have a scratch like this, you can remove it without painting. This system which I am showing you today only works on base coat clear coat system. This will not work on single stage paint system. So don't mix that up. First thing what you will have to do here is wash the place where you are going to work on. If not the whole car, then at least the place like where you will be working on the scratch. Once you do that, you'll have to examine the scratch properly and see how deep the scratch is. If the scratch has scraped off the clear coat and paint as well, then there is no point in using this method. If the scratch has made the primer visible, then also this method will not work. But if there is a small nick of primer which is visible, then you can use this method and see how good it will look. I will be using a 2000 grit sandpaper here. If you are just starting out, take a 2000 grit sandpaper, dip it into the water for at least 10 minutes before use. Use a flat block. Put your sandpaper on a flat block like this. Because you are using this block, it will sand your surface evenly. And make the surface wet like this and start to do your sanding. If you are just starting out, then you should use 2000 grit sandpaper. But once you master this technique, you can use 1500 grit sandpaper as well to sand it down first and then sand it with a 2000 grit sandpaper. If first only you don't know the trick and you start with a 1500 grit sandpaper, then there are possibilities that you might sand off the paint as well. So be very careful about it. Now while doing the sanding, don't put too much pressure on your hand and press it too hard while sanding, that you will scrape the clear coat and paint as well. Just let the paper do the work for you here. So sand it down with a 2000 grit sandpaper and make it nice and flat. I will show you how it looks like in this video. One thing I want to tell you here is don't sand in one spot for a long time. What this will do is that it will make an uneven surface, and if you sand in one place for too long, then for sure you will scrape off the clear coat and paint as well. So keep moving on all the places wherever the scratch is there. So while doing sanding, you will notice that there is a white sort of a paste coming out. So don't worry about it, it is the layer of the clear coat which is coming out. This 2000 grit sandpaper is a very fine sandpaper. It will not reach your paint that easily because it is very fine sandpaper. Now if you are doing this on your own car, then you can use this technique to remove the scratch without painting. But if you are working on somebody else's car or your customer's car, then it depends on them what they would like. Like if they want to paint the whole panel, or if they want to use this process. If the customer says that he wants to paint his panel, then it depends on you what exactly you want to do to remove that scratch out. So if the scratch has not affected the paint at all, then you can do this buffing process. It will be like completely new paint job, and you can even charge them for paint job. So it totally depends on you how you handle the customers. Now take a dry cloth or a microfiber cloth and dry the entire surface where the scratch is, and check if your panel has become nice and flat, and check if the scratch is not visible anymore. So once you dry the panel completely, just inspect the area and see if that scratch has become flat and even. Here I can see that there are few places where the scratch is visible. There are 2 spots, so I will sand a little bit more in those places. I have made this video because I want to show you and show my students that there are situations where without painting you can remove the scratches. So it is not always that you have to paint the panels. Sometimes you can do jobs like this and save lots of your time and efforts and money as well. So one more important thing I want to tell you here is never do this job in front of a customer, because if you do this work in front of the customer will feel that this is an easy job and you have not even used paint. And when they feel like that, you cannot even charge them more. Hoping that you got what I'm saying, because even though if you are not using paint here, this is not an easy job to be done. There are lots of precautions to be taken while doing this sanding, and to do this sanding also it takes a lot of time. It is not that you can do it in just 1 minute, and you will be using some polish and your machines as well. So if you do this in front of the customer will feel that it is kind of an easy job because he is not the one who is putting the efforts, right? And then you cannot charge him more as well. So always do this in your garage, or tell the customer to come after some time or after 1 day or whatever, how you are handling him. So here my scratch is still visible, so I will continue sanding with the 2000 grit sandpaper till it becomes nice and flat. If you want to make this process faster, then you can use a 1500 grit sandpaper and sand it down faster, and then use a 2000 grit sandpaper. But if you are just starting out, forget everything else, just use the 2000 grit sandpaper. One more important thing I want to tell you here is never do paint jobs or any type of jobs in the hot sun, because when you are doing this type of things in hot sun, it will dry up the water very fast, which will lead to too much of dry sanding, and it can lead to scraping of the paint as well. So never do it in the hot sun. After a long process of sanding, now I will dry up the surface and check, because it's time to inspect now. And as I can see here that there are hardly any scratches left, which is a good thing. But this scratch, you can see the primer is visible, so there's no point in sanding too much here. If you sand it more, the paint will scrape off, but the scratch will not go because the primer is under the paint. So here the primer is visible, but once you do the polishing and buffing, it won't be visible that much. One thing I forgot to mention to you in this video is I'll just demonstrate and show to you. While doing the sanding, you have to go in the cross direction like this, like how I am doing. Don't go straight or on from top to bottom. You'll have to go in the cross direction like how I am doing here. This is just for demonstration purposes. I am sanding here again. Here I am done with the sanding part, and here you can see that my surface is become nice and matte and flat. So now I will move on to my next step. So next step is applying the polish. Here I am using the 3M Perfect It EX rubbing compound, which is very good for buffing and polishing. So apply the polish like how I have applied here, and then on the buffing machine I have put a wool pad. You'll have to use a wool pad first to do the buffing, and put the buffing machine on the lowest speed, on the lowest RPM, because if you put it on the highest RPM you will surely burn the paint down. So if you are just starting out, keep the buffing machine on the lowest setting, on the lowest RPM setting. So here I have kept my buffing machine on the lowest RPM setting, and I am doing the buffing. One more important thing here is while doing the buffing, Make sure that you don't stay in one place for too long, otherwise you will burn the paint and you'll have to do the entire paint job again. So be very careful and don't buff in one spot for too long. So here I have put the wool pad on my buffing machine and I am doing the buffing. Before doing the buffing you had seen that it had become matte type of a finish, but once you do the buffing, all your shine will be restored and it will become as good as new. I will show you how it will look like. And one more important thing here is see that you keep the buffing machine flat on the surface so that it touches the entire surface. After buffing for some time with the wool pad, your polish will start to disappear. So once your polish disappears, see that you apply more polish and do the buffing again. Do this maybe 2 to 3 times so that you get a good shine. And once you feel that you have acquired a good shine, you can move on to the next step. So here I am done buffing with the wool pad. So it's time for the next step, and the next step is putting the sponge pad onto my buffing machine. And here you can see that I have put a sponge pad on my buffing machine and I am applying that same polish again and doing the buffing. Now while buffing with the sponge pad, it is a little bit dangerous because many times possibilities are there that you will burn the paint or the disc will touch to the paint and your paint will get scraped off. So be very careful. See that you keep the buffing pad flat on the surface like how I am doing here, and don't keep it tilted, because if you keep it tilted, the top part of the sponge pad touches the paint and it will scrape off your paint very easily. So be very careful while using this sponge pad. So here I am done with the buffing, and sometimes you'll have to use your hand and remove the polish which gets accumulated here on the surface, and you can see the shine. So what I will do next is I will rinse this part with water and wipe it down, and I will show you how exactly it looks like. So here I am done with my project, and I will give you a closer look on how it looks like now. And as you can see here, it is become like a mirror. Only this small scratch is left because it's too deep and it has scratched the primer. But apart from that, my entire scratch is gone and it is looking absolutely marvelous. And I'm very happy with what I have acquired here without painting. So that's all in this video, guys, and hoping that you learned a lot in this video. Till then, this is Raison Fernandez signing out until we meet again. Hello everyone and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how I have set up my compressor. I will show you my air line setup and my electrical line setup in this video. So let's start. These are my two compressors and I will show you step by step how I have set them up. I'll start off with my small compressor. This is a 50 liters single phase 3 HP motor compressor. So this compressor I use only to do touch-ups and small paint jobs. I can paint a motorcycle with this compressor, but if I want to paint a whole car with this compressor, it is not enough because it will run continuously for a long time and that will burn the motor. And this is my big compressor. It is 240 liters and it runs on a 3-phase 5 HP motor. Here I will show you exactly how I have set up my electrical line and my air line on this compressor. I have left my electrical boxes open so that I can show to you how exactly I have connected the wires. So first I will show you how I have connected my air line to the compressor. So this is my outlet valve. From this outlet valve I have connected a pipe which is 15 meters long, and after passing from 15 meters long pipe, the air goes into this air dryer. This air dryer removes all the moisture from the air, and this is where I have connected my line from the compressor, and this line goes with a 15 meters pipe and it goes to the place where I connect all my tools with the this is a male female quick release coupling. This is where I connect all my tools, my spray guns, all the tools I connect to this male female coupling here at the end of this pipe. So I will show you once again my line setup. So I have 15 meters pipe before the air dryer and 15 meters of pipe after the air dryer, and it connects to the compressor here. The reason for such a long pipe is that there is moisture in the air, so that moisture should not reach your spray gun. If that moisture reaches your spray gun and it sprays out like water on your paint, then your paint will be messed up. So moving on, this is the shut off valve on the compressor. This is the air outlet valve. Here I can shut off the air going out of my compressor by rotating the valve like this. So let's go ahead, and this is the safety valve. This safety valve is set up to the maximum pressure this compressor can handle. If you set the compressor to fill with more air which it cannot handle, then this safety valve will go off. Then we'll move on to the pressure gauge. This is the pressure gauge. On this you can see how much psi your compressor is filled up to. So here you can get two readings. One is the red one is the psi and the black one is the kg per centimeter square. So this gauge will tell you exactly how much air is there in your compressor. So I'll move on to my next thing. My next thing is this air filter. This is where your compressor sucks in all the air, purifies it through this air filter and stores it in the tank. What comes next is this oil level indicator. From here you can see if the oil level has dropped. As you can see here, the bubble, my oil is full. So on this you can track if your oil is become less in the engine, and you can fill it up by removing this bolt, and the other bolt is to drain the oil from the engine. You should always check your oil levels regularly. So let's see what we have next. So next is this another safety valve which is situated on the head of the compressor. This safety valve and the safety valve which I showed you before are both set to set off on the same pressure. You should not adjust them at all. And this is the pressure switch. You can set your compressor to a certain psi by adjusting the valve on this pressure switch, and this is the pressure setting valve. If you tighten this, your pressure will increase. If you loosen this one, your pressure will decrease. And this switch is connected to the compressor by a pipe down below here. What comes next is the motor pulley. This pulley will have to fit on the motor by taking it on the lathe machine. This motor pulley is connected to the compressor via a belt here. These belts come in four sections, A, B, C and D. So this is a B 79 inches belt, and there is also A. The A belt is slightly thinner than this, and the C is slightly fatter than this. I have a C belt here, and I will show it to you how it looks like, and let us compare. These belts you will get easily in the market where they sell compressor parts. It is a very common spare part, so don't worry about it. So this is a C belt. As you can see, it is so fat. This is C78, and this belt will not fit on this pulley because it is too fat. What comes next is the air dryer. This air dryer also you will get in the market where they sell compressor parts. This is the pressure adjusting knob. You can set how much pressure you want to go out of this air dryer by looking at this pressure gauge. And this is my outlet pipe. I always set 75 psi outlet air pressure from this air dryer. As you can see here, this is made of glass, and when the air dryer separates the water from the air, it stores in this compartment. So all you have to do is pull this nut like this and all the water will flow out. Now I will show you my electrical connection, and this is a 3-phase socket. If you don't have a socket like this, you'll have to call an electrician and set up a socket like this, because this is where I connect my compressor motor starter. Now I will show you what type of a plug I use here. It's a different type of a plug. So as you can see here, this plug is little bit different, and 4 wires go out of this plug. 3 wires are of the 3 phases and 1 is the earthing wire. From here the wire goes to the motor starter. Here is the earthing wire connected, and the rest of the 3 wires are connected here, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. These wires are coming from my plug. As you can see here, this yellow wire is coming from one phase and is connected to the normally open push button switch on one side, and on the other side the red jumper wire goes from normally open switch to the normally closed switch, which is a off button, and from the other side of the normally closed switch the wire goes to the NVC coil, and from another phase where this black wire goes and connects to the other side of the NVC coil. And this is the off button. When you push this button, this circuit breaks and the motor turns off. This off switch is connected to the fuse, so if something goes wrong, the fuse breaks the circuit. When you put on the motor starter, this thing will go up like this and it will start your compressor. Now let's check out the motor connection. These 3 wires go out from here and are connected to the motor. I will show you how they are connected to the motor, and as you can see here, one side it is made short, all 3 of the connection, and other side is I have connected one phase each. So if it is a single phase, you'll have to short the line like this, and the wires will be connected as and how they are now. Next I will show you my pressure switch connection. There are 2 wires connected to my pressure switch. One is black and one is this blue color. So this blue color wire is connected here to a normally open switch to one phase, and from here it goes directly to the one point on the pressure switch. And the black wire from here is connected on the other side of the normally open switch on the motor starter. Now I don't have to push the button to turn on my compressor. As soon as I plug it in, my compressor will start and it will turn off automatically when it reaches the set pressure. Like if you have set 100 psi on the pressure switch, then once the pressure inside the compressor reaches 100, the pressure switch will automatically turn off the compressor. Now I will close the motor starter box and I will show it to you. If you don't want the compressor to start once you plug it in, you'll have to press this off button and put a clip here like this. This will break the circuit and your compressor will not start. If you want to start the compressor, just slide the clip down and it will start. The on switch is of no use here. And that was the air line and electrical line setup of my big compressor. And now I will move on to my smaller compressor. My smaller compressor is just single phase and it has a plug which you can plug in any 15 amp socket and it will start the compressor. This is the pressure switch of this compressor. It can be turned on and off manually and it works automatically as well. From here you can put oil in your engine, and here's the glass to check your engine oil level, if it is high or low. So this is where you check it. And this is the outlet air valve for this compressor. Like how we connect the pipe here, we will have to connect the pipe here. So this is the air out of this compressor. It is connected via quick lock couplings. I have only one air line, so when I want to use this compressor, I connect the pipe here. On this compressor you can even set the air pressure here. This is a air pressure setting valve. If you rotate it on the left side, less air will come out, and if you rotate it on the right side, more air will come out from the valve. You can adjust the air coming out by looking at the pressure gauge here. And this is the safety valve of this compressor. If by chance your compressor fills more air than it can handle, then this safety valve will open up and let out all the air. Now this compressor has wheels. It is like a portable type of a compressor. You can take this compressor anywhere with you. You can move this compressor around very easily. This compressor have two pressure gauges. One will show you the amount of air inside your tank and one will show you how much air is leaving from your tank. This is the reset button of this compressor. If anything goes wrong, this reset button will come up and you'll have to press it back to turn the compressor on. Now here is the outlet valve. From here the pipe will go to the air dryer here, and from the air dryer it will go to where I connect all the tools. So it's the same line which I use on both the compressors. Now here I will plug and show you. As you can see, the compressor has turned on without the push button. So now I will put a clip on the off button. I have broken the circuit now. Now I will put on the plug, and as you can see, the compressor has not started. So to start the compressor, I'll just have to put down that clip and the compressor will start. Now my compressor has started filling up, and I will see how much time it will take to fill up. So if your voltage is good, then your compressor will fill up a little bit early, and if your voltage is low, then it will take more time to fill up. As you can see that it has taken 5 minutes 39 seconds to fill up the entire compressor. Now this compressor has filled up 90 psi and 6.5 kg centimeter square of air inside. Now this psi you can set on the pressure switch. I have shown you the valve where you can set the psi. So you can increase the psi by tightening that screw and decrease it by loosening that screw. So that's all in this video, and I'm hoping that you have learned a lot in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to set up a spray gun. Now for demonstration purposes I will use this gravity feed atom spray gun. I will show you the different parts of the spray gun and the different knobs of the spray gun, and I will tell you the different uses of the knobs. So this is the spray gun. This is called the body of the spray gun. Just have a good look at it. As you can see here that this spray gun has 3 knobs. One at the bottom here, the second and the third one. So the first knob here is for the air inlet. It's for the air to come inside, to adjust how much amount of air you want to come inside. So this is how you tighten it, and this is how you loosen it. Always keep this fully open because I will adjust the air inlet on my gauge. There's one more knob here on the gauge. The gauge goes here like this. This is the airline attachment. So there is a knob here for the gauge. So I will adjust my air here rather than adjusting it on the spray gun. So always leave this fully open and don't touch it. So for the moment I will just remove this attachment and keep it on one side, and I will explain to you later what is to be done. So this is our air inlet knob, and next we will go to is the fan width knob, and this knob here is the fan width knob. It is the adjustment for how much width you want of your pattern, your spray pattern, small or big. So that is where you adjust your pattern. Now what you should do is you should fully open this up, just loosen it fully and just take 1.5 turn and just leave it like that. The next when you'll have to do the adjustment is when you are all set to paint. Just before painting, just spray on a wall or on a paper and check what type of pattern you are getting. Never spray directly on your paint job, your main paint job. So spray on a paper. If you're getting a big pattern, then just adjust the knob to get a small pattern, and if you're getting a smaller pattern, then you have to adjust here to get a wider pattern. So the next nozzle which comes here is the fluid flow nozzle. It is the amount of paint that will flow through your gun. So this is the adjustment for that. So to adjust this, you'll have to first tighten it all the way like this, and then press the trigger fully and just tighten it fully. And see, you cannot press the trigger if you tighten it fully. See, just it is pressing only a little bit. So what you'll have to do here is keep it pressed and then loosen the knob. So once the trigger is fully pressed, you can tighten the knob like this till you get an amount of pressure to tighten it. Because I'm pressing the trigger on one side, see, I cannot turn it anymore. So after that you'll have to take 1.5 turn, and that's it for your adjustment of the fluid flow. So that is the full fluid flow. While laying the primer, you can tighten this knob for a less fluid flow, for less spray if you are spraying for slight coat, or you can press the trigger half the way and you will get less spray. But while spraying base coat and clear coat, you'll have to fully open the nozzle like this. Now our next adjustment is the head adjustment. So you can see that the head is not in the right position at the moment. So what I'll have to do is I'll just loosen this a little bit and then adjust the nozzle. Should be parallel to the ground, and then you can tighten it just like that, and our head is adjusted. So that is the head adjustment. So next what we'll do is we'll put the paint can on the spray gun. The first thing what you'll need is the filter. Just remember to put the filter in the right direction. If you put it wrong like this, like how I'm putting now, all your paint job will be messed up, because I have done this mistake before and I have learned from it. So always put it like this. So this is the right way to put the filter in. Now you can put your paint can on top of the filter. You don't need to tighten the paint can with the spanner or anything, you just need to hand tight it. So just tighten it with your hand till you get a good snug, and that's it. Now don't tighten it too much, because it will press the rubber packing and your paint will start to leak from the paint. Now next is the air inlet connection. So this is the air inlet connection, and we have the airline filter, the water filter, water separator. This will separate water from your air, because there is moisture and water in the air which comes to the compressor, and this is the gauge to set your PSI. So this is how we connect it. While connecting the air inlet line, I just keep the gauge facing like this so that I can see in between the painting what PSI I'm painting on. So I keep it like this. If you are a lefty, you can turn it on the other side so that you can see it while you are painting. Now that's it for spray gun setup, and now we will set up the PSI. Now here I have connected to the compressor and the air inlet line, and I'm pressing it half the way, and as you can see, I'm pressing it half the way and I'm adjusting the knob here. If you don't press the trigger half the way, it will show higher PSI, which is not the correct PSI for painting. So for the correct PSI, you'll have to press the trigger half the way and then adjust the knob. I will show you a slightly closer view of the gauge. As you can see here, now I'm not pressing the trigger, and here I'm pressing trigger half the way and it is showing 24 PSI. So that's how you should adjust your PSI, and that's all in this video, and I will meet you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to adjust your fan width and how to clean your spray gun. So let's start. Now I will spray and show to you what happens with the pattern. Here as you can see, the middle part is not spraying, only the top and the bottom part is spraying, and in between there is a gap. It should not be like that. So I will adjust my fan width with a knob here on top. So I will tighten it now and I will check my pattern again. And as you can see, it is like coming in all in one place. It's like a dot. So I will loosen it a little bit more, or I have loosened it too much here. So I will tighten it again, and as you can see that it is getting better. So I will tighten it a little bit more and I will check now. Let's see. and this is the type of pattern you should get. So just remember this pattern. This is the pattern that you are looking for. It's nice and even pattern. One more time I will spray and show it to you the correct pattern. Have a look at this. This is how it should look like. You should have this pattern on your spray gun to get a good finish. And this is the fan width knob with which I have adjusted my fan width. With that I finished my adjustment of fan width, and now I will proceed with my cleaning of spray gun. So let's start. For the cleaning purpose I will use the cheapest thinner in the market. So once you are done with the painting, you should leave the air line connected to the spray gun, and you should put in the cheapest thinner in your paint can. After that you'll have to loosen your air cap nozzle in front and press the trigger all the way. As you can see, it will bubble the thinner like this. Keep the trigger pressed like this for around 2 minutes. It will keep on bubbling, and what this will do is it will clean your passage where your paint goes from your can to the spray. After bubbling it for 2 minutes, you'll have to tighten the air cap again, and you'll have to disconnect the air line. After disconnecting, just keep the trigger fully pressed and spray out all the thinner which is there inside the paint can. When you finish emptying the entire thinner from the spray gun, what you'll have to do is you'll have to disconnect the paint can, remove the filter. Now I will show you how to dismantle the entire spray gun. So you'll have to remove the air cap first, then disconnect the air line from the spray gun. So once you are done removing the air line, what you'll have to do is loosen the fluid flow knob, and this is the fan width knob. On some guns the fan width knob is on the side like this. So you'll have to loosen the fluid flow knob and remove it out and take out the needle. While removing the needle, you'll have to be very careful. You should not drop the needle and all, because this is a very delicate part of the spray gun. If you drop the needle and deform it, then your spray pattern and your fluid flow will be all messed up. So be careful while removing the needle. Now with the spanner which you got with the spray gun, you'll have to remove the front air nozzle and keep it on the side, and now you will have to clean the entire gun with thinner. Now as you can see here that I have dismantled the entire spray gun, and as you can see that I have removed all the parts. So these are all the parts that you need to remove. You don't have to dismantle it more. So here as you can see I have removed the needle from here, and here is where the paint can is placed on the spray gun, and that is the front air nozzle. So now I will start to clean my spray gun with thinner. I have taken thinner in one vessel, and this is the brush which I got with the spray gun, and with this brush I will brush off the entire spray gun from inside and outside. So like this you'll have to wash all the parts of the spray gun with the thinner. You should make sure that there is no paint left on the spray gun, because if the paint dries inside your spray gun, it will spoil your spray gun. Now here I will put back my front air nozzle back, and while tightening it, make sure that you don't tighten it too much, just tighten it slightly. That's enough. Now the next thing what I will do is I will clean the spray gun needle. You'll have to be very careful while cleaning the needle, because it is a very delicate part of a spray gun, and make sure that you don't drop it, because if you drop it and deform it, then all your spray gun pattern and your fluid flow will be messed up. So this is the spray gun needle. It is a 1.8 tip needle which I am using here. So I will put it back in the spray gun now before I mishandle it. So once you put the needle inside, you'll put the spring back, and then you put back the adjustment knob and tighten it so that the needle will be safe and secure. So the next thing I will clean is the air cap. So in this air cap there are tiny 6 holes which you will have to clean properly. So I will brush it off nicely, and you can use a toothpick to clear those small holes. Don't use any metal part, or you can just air it off with a air nozzle like this and clear all the holes properly so that no paint is there inside those holes. Those are very small holes, you can use a toothpick to clean them. Now I will put back my air cap, and after putting my air cap I will start to clean my paint can. So I will just wipe it off with a thinner and a clean cloth like this, and wipe off all the excess paint which is left on the can. And don't forget to clean the cap of the paint can, and don't forget to brush off the filter as well. So you can put the paint can cap back and just put the filter back after brushing it, and just put the can back on the spray gun and put the cap back. So that's all in this video, and I will see you in my next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you my spray booth and how I have set it up. So let's start. Now you will think that I have a big spray booth, but no, I have made my garage only as a spray booth, and both my compressors are here as you can see them. This is all-in-one spray booth. Everything is here in this one garage. Here you can see that I have put extra lightings. There's one tube light here, and I have put transparent plastic so that sunlight will come inside and give me more light. And I have put one tube light here as well. So my spray booth is well lit up, as you can see. It is very easy to set up spray booths like this. And here is my water tap. Here is where I get all my water supply from. And this is a plastic table. On this plastic table I put my paintable parts and I paint them. It is very good to have a table like that, and even you can hang your parts to the iron frames on top and you can paint them. You can even use tires and put parts on the tires and paint them. As you can see here that I have covered my entire spray booth with plastic so that extra dust will not come inside, and even if it is raining, the raindrops will not reach inside. I will give you a closer look from other side of my spray booth. So let's check out the other side. And as you can see here that I have kept a slight part open for fresh air to come in while painting. And as you can see I have kept some extra plastic hanging around there to cover up later. And on the ceiling also I have covered with plastic so that sometimes the metal sheets have holes in them and they leak through, so that's why I have covered my ceiling as well. Before spray painting I always broom my spray booth well. After brooming it I just use the compressor air to take out all the extra dust which is lying in my spray booth, so that while I'm spraying the paint the extra dust will not settle on my paint. Make sure that you make your spray booth as clean as possible before painting. One more tip I want to give you here is that if you don't have a garage or you don't have a spray booth, then you can search for people who are renting out their garage for painting, and where they already have a compressor line and everything set up. So you just take your car there, you paint it, you give them the rented money, and you bring out your car again. So that is how you can use their garage for painting. So hoping that you got some good tips of how to set up your own spray booth. And so that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will give you some knowledge about putty, thinners, primers, paints and clear coats. So let's start. Here I have kept some of my stuff. From this I will give you a brief idea of the different products. After watching this video you will get a good idea of all the products. So here I will start with the putty. This is a Bilux putty and it is 970 grams tin, and it comes with a hardener. Now how much hardener you should mix in the putty I have already shown further in this course, so don't worry about it at all. Now I will open and show both hardeners and putty to you and show you how it looks like. So first I will open the hardener, and as you can see here it is red color, but it can be of any color, so that color doesn't matter. The important thing is before using it you should mix it well like this. Now I will open the putty, and as you can see here there is a liquid on top of the putty. So this liquid you should mix well before using this putty. This liquid is a part of the putty, so don't throw it out. So you have to mix it well before using it. If you throw that liquid out, then your putty will be spoiled. So let's check out what is our next thing. Our next thing is Bondo glazing and spot putty. Now once you use that other putty which I showed to you, and then you will spray primer over that putty, and then still if you see small dots on that surface, then you can fill it up with this putty. That is why it is called spot putty. But you cannot paint on top of this putty, you will still have to re-primer it before applying the paint. Now I will open and show it to you how this putty looks like. So as you can see here, it is some sort of a brownish red color. So this is the spot putty. Now let's check out what is our next thing on the list. So next thing is thinners, and these are some of the thinners which I use, and this is the cheapest thinner in the market at the moment. This is what I use to clean all my spray guns and mix in the red oxide primer. After that comes the Maruti 800 thinner. This thinner is slightly expensive than the other thinner. So this thinner I use to mix in the surface grey primer. Now what comes next is this Bilux thinner. This is more expensive than the other two thinners, and this thinner I use only to mix with paints. I use this thinner to mix with the second quality paints. What comes next is the 2K thinner. They have put in a Bilux thinner tin. I don't know why, but this is how they give the 2K thinner in a separate tin. So this 2K thinner I use to mix only with 2K paints. This is a very expensive thinner. So what comes next is the primers. So this is the red oxide primer. This is what you use to protect your metal. This is a rust proof primer. You should use this to protect your metal from rusting. This is a ADC brand primer. It is called a red oxide primer. So now I will open it, show it to you how it looks like. So as you can see here, it has left some liquid. This liquid is a part of the mixture of the primer, so don't throw it out. You'll have to mix it well before using this primer. Now what comes next is the surface primer. This surface primer is grey in color, and this primer you will have to use to spray on top of the putty and on top of the red oxide primer. As you can see here that this has also left some liquid. You'll have to mix it well before using it. This is also ADC brand. What comes next is the plastic primer. The plastic primer they give in this type of plastic bottles. So after spraying this plastic sealer primer, you will have to spray the surface primer within 5 minutes to cover this up, to seal this plastic primer off. Otherwise this plastic sealer primer will evaporate and will disappear very fast. So next what I have is a wax and grease remover. This is the isopropyl alcohol. This is what I use as a wax and grease remover. So you'll have to damp a cloth with this wax and grease remover, and you will have to wipe the entire surface. This will remove all the wax and grease from the surface. What I have next are the paints. So this is the red paint which I had bought to paint the bumper, and let's open it and see what's there inside. As you can see here, very less amount of paint is left. I can use this to do touch up, so I'll have to mix it well before I use it. This is the first quality red paint. So let's see what we have next. The next what we have is a black color base coat. This is the base coat which I have used in this course. It is a jet black color, and the mixing ratio of this paint is 1:1. And this is a half-liter tin. They give the paint in this type of tins, so there is no instructions, so you'll have to ask the paint shop guy what is the mixing ratio and everything about it. So I will open it and see what is inside. As you can see here, this is a jet black color, and it's a first quality paint. So let's see what we have next. So what is next is a silver color paint. So this is the paint which I have used to paint the rims. This is the second quality paint, so you will have to mix the second quality thinner to reduce this mixture, and this is a 250 ml tin. The mixing ratio of this paint is 1:1, and this is the code of the paint. In this paint you will have to put some hardener. That is what the paint shop guy has told me. This is how you should ask everything about the paint to the paint shop guy, and he will help you. And as you can see here, this also has left some liquid. You should not throw out this liquid. You'll have to mix it well before using it. Now let's see what's next. So next is a matte black paint which I have used to paint my guards. For 100 ml of paint, I will have to reduce it with 25 ml of thinner and 25 ml of hardener. So this is how I write everything by asking the paint shop guy. And this is the second quality paint. So now I will open and show to you how it looks like. So as you can see here, this is the matte black paint for guards. So let's see what we have next is the clear coats, and this is the second quality clear coat. We call it Deco PU. For this clear coat, 100 ml of clear coat will need 30% of hardener and 30% of thinner. So it comes with a hardener, both of them come in one box, and for thinner you will have to use the second quality Bilux thinner to mix this clear coat. So we'll open it and show to you. So as you can see here, it is like water. So this is the second quality clear coat. So let's see what we have next, and next what we have is the clear coat, the first quality clear coat, and they give it in this type of plastic bottles. So this is a 250 ml bottle, and this clear coat needs a hardener, so it both comes in a package. So 250 ml of clear coat will need 125 ml of hardener. So both of this come together when you are buying it. Next is when you are getting the flakes or the Xerelix, the paint shop guy gave me like this. He put 50 ml of clear coat, and in that he mixed the flakes and gave to me in a separate tin. So let's move on. And the last thing what I have is a Araldite color spray. So this color spray is very easy to use. Before using it, you'll have to shake it well like this, and then you'll have to directly spray. You don't need a spray gun for this or a compressor. It is very easy to use this spray. I use this as a guide code. So that's all in this video, and I hope that you have got a good idea of paints in this video, and I will meet you now in my next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to remove the stickers and decals. So for that you will need a heat gun. So with a heat gun you will have to hit the sticker, but see that you don't keep the heat gun too close to the sticker. Keep at least 2 to 3 inches distance, and see that you don't stay in one place for a long time. If you stay in one place for a long time, or if you heat up too much, then I will show you in this video what happens. Now after 15 to 20 seconds of heating up, you can try to remove the sticker. Now as you can see, the sticker will come out very easily. Now I will show you if you heat up too much or for too long, what happens to the sticker. Now I have heated up too much here, and as you can see, the sticker is come out along with the paint. Now if you heat up too much, it can even deform the fiber body of the bike. As you can see that the gum of the sticker is still there on the fiber body, so all you should do is sand it with the 80 grit sandpaper and it should go very easily. Now to remove the decal, I am using a putty knife. It is a metal putty knife which we use to put the putty. So just slide it under the decal and it will come out very easily. Now I am using a 80 grit sandpaper to remove the remaining gum of the decal. Just sand it to make it level. Now I am done with the 80 grit. Now I am sanding it with a 220 grit to make it even more smoother. When you acquire a nice and smooth finish, just wipe it off with a wet cloth, or even you can wash down the area, but it will make your entire panel wet, so it's better to wipe it off with a wet cloth. So that's it in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to sand and apply putty. So I will start off with washing up of the bike. Before starting any of the paint job, you will have to wash your bike thoroughly. The reason for washing the bike before paint job is if you are painting and suddenly all the sand comes in the middle of your paint job, your whole paint job is ruined. So it is always good to wash your bike and keep it clean while you are painting or doing the prep. As you can see here, the bike has become so dirty from inside. All the dust has accumulated here. So first thing you will have to do is disconnect the battery. After disconnecting the battery, you can use the fuel from your motorcycle and just apply it all over the dirt so that it will loosen up, and then you can wash it very easily.
Once you are done with the washing, you can use a dry cloth and wipe off all the excess water, and make sure you keep the motorcycle there for a while so that all the water is dried completely before starting it. And if you are doing complete paint job like this, you have to keep it there for a while anyhow. Here you can see that I have dismantled the motorcycle now, and these parts have lots of dirt from inside and outside as well. So make sure that you wash them nicely before starting your. Now just take a 80 grit sandpaper and fold it into 4 parts and tear them off. You can see that there is a very deep scratch. So what you'll have to do is take a 80 grit sandpaper and sand it from inside of the scratch. Make sure you sand it from very inside of the scratch so that when you put the putty it will hold on to it, because the putty needs some tooth to hold on to. So just sand it nicely before you put the putty. As you have seen in my previous video that we had removed the sticker from here and even the paint had peeled off, so just sand it here with 80 grit sandpaper, and wherever there is like a gum of the sticker, just sand everywhere, take out all the gum. So once you are done with the sanding, just wash it again. This is a Bilux putty, so we will use this putty to fill up all the deep scratches, and always read the instructions before using any of the products, because everything has a different instructions. So now we will use this putty. Now here you can see the water on top of that putty. That water is very important. Never throw that water out. But you'll have to mix the putty well. So take a stirrer stick and start mixing the putty. You never know how long this was sitting in the stands in the shop. Everything is kind of settled down. So make sure you mix it well till it becomes a nice and creamy paste. This is how it should become, nice and creamy paste. Now every time you use the hardener, make sure you mix it up well. Just roll it off and press it like this so that it mixes well inside the tube. This hardener comes along with the putty, so mix it well. Now once you have mixed the putty well, just take a few amount of it, or as per job requirement. Now you will have to put the hardener for the putty to get hardened. So if you put a small amount of hardener, it will take a little bit more time to harden. If you put more hardener, then it will harden fast. So it depends on you. If you are a newbie, then you should put less amount of hardener so that you will get time to apply the putty. Here you can see that I am putting more hardener in the putty because I want it to get hardened little bit faster. So once you put the putty, make sure you mix it well. You will come to know on the color. It will be like a mild color of the putty. So mix it well. Once you are done with the mixing, now you can start to apply the putty on the scratches. So make sure you don't panic while applying the putty, because once we apply the putty we will sand it on top of it. So don't worry, just apply the putty. Well, that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video.
Welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video we will do body work. Now here the putty has dried up, so now I will use a 220 grit sandpaper. I will stick the sandpaper to my DA sander and I will start sanding. Now this is a DA sander. Now the specialty of this sander is it vibrates as well as rotates at the same time. Just keep the sander flat on the surface and sand nicely. This DA sander will save lots of your time because it's a time saver tool. If you do all this by your hand, it will take a very long time. So use a DA sander for a while, and then afterwards you can do a hand sanding. Now this sanding will take lots of time, so if you have a music system, just put on some music and just relax and do the sanding. The first thing what I will do here is I will sand all the putty spots, all the places where I have put the putty, and then I will sand the entire body of the vehicle. Now first thing is you have to sand these putty spots nicely and make it nice and even and level it to the body. It should be nice and leveled. Now one more thing that you can do here is you can use a guide coat. Just bring a aerosol can of a black matte finish coat and just spray it slightly over the putty, and then you can start your sanding on that one. So once you have done the sandings, the spots which are still black are your low spots. So there you can apply more putty and do the sanding again. I will make a separate video on how to use a guide code, so don't worry about it. I will post it in this course. Now if I do any mistakes or my paint is messed up or misfired, then I will post those videos in this course so that if you come across the same problems, then you can deal with it. Now if you have any problems, you can always comment and I will try my level best to solve your problem. While you are sanding, you will have to touch the surface like this and see if it has become nice and smooth. If you cannot figure out if it has become smooth, then just use a guide code and that will help you to see if it has become level or not. Now here I have finished sanding the putty spots. Now I will sand the entire body. First I will sand the entire body with a DA sander. Now this DA sander will not reach in all the places, so I will sand as much as I can with the DA sander, and then I will do hand sanding. So hand sanding will come in my next video. So in this video I will finish entire sanding with the DA sander. Just a reminder guys that I'm still using 220 grit sandpaper. Before I hit the primer, I will use only 220 grit sandpaper. That's all in this video, guys. So in my next video I will do hand sanding. So I will meet you in my next video. Welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will do hand sanding. Now you have to take a 220 grit sandpaper and fold it into 4 halves. Don't cut them off, we will use it as it is. Now you can start with your hand sanding. Sand the whole body. Wherever you want the paint to get stick to, just you'll have to sand that part. Don't miss any of the parts, so just keep on sanding till you finish everything. While you are sanding, just touch with your hands and check if it is become level and smooth. Now while sanding, make sure that you don't use your fingertips for sanding, just use your palm like how I am using here. Everywhere try to make use of your palm to sand it. Now just see that how I am sanding here, just sand on one side and then cross it like this. Sand on all the sides. That's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to sand the accessories, the guards, the silencer plate and the shocks. So let's get started. Here I am using a 80 grit sandpaper to sand all these guards first. Just wherever you see any rust, just sand all the rust spots, just sand entire guard. After this we will prime it with red oxide primer to protect it from rust, and on top of that we will prime with surface primer. Now this guard I will not use 80 grit sandpaper, I will use a 220 grit sandpaper because this guard doesn't have any rust on it. So I will just use 220 and just scrape it off so that the primer will stick to the guard. So I will use just a 220 sandpaper here. Here I am using an angle grinder, and this grinder is a very dangerous tool. You have to use eye protection here. If one spark hits your eye, it will hurt you like anything. You better wear eye protection. If you have gloves, please wear the gloves. And if you have a vise, just attach this part to a vise and then you can grind it nicely. Be very careful and cautious while using this tool. This brass brush which I have attached to this angle grinder, it can also be attached to any of the drill, and it is safer to use it with a drill as well. So you can just attach it to any of the drill because it has a speed adjustment. And now here I am using a 80 grit sandpaper to sand rest of the part. Now on the top part of the silencer plate, you just have to use a used 400 grit sandpaper or a 600 grit sandpaper just to remove the slight rust. If you sand it too much, it will remove the shine. Here I will use the 80 grit sandpaper to sand the shocks and make it nice and smooth.
Once you are done with all the sanding work, you'll have to wash all the parts. You can use a detergent to wash the parts, but wash them nicely and thoroughly. Okay guys, that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone, Ryson here, and once again welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com. And in this video I will show you masking, and this is a masking tape, 3M masking tape. This is called a painter's tape. Always use a good quality tape, because if you use a bad quality tape, your paint will bleed through the tape and it will mess up everything. So always use a good painter's masking tape. Now since you are masking a curved area take a much longer time than a straight area, so you'll have to be slightly careful while taping a curved area. You can make small pieces of the tape and attach it instead of putting the whole tape. So here I am making small pieces of the tape and putting it on the places where I don't want my paint to get stick to. Now if you are masking for the first time, then it will take you a while, but after you do it for a few times, then it will be very easy for you. Curved surfaces are a little bit challenging, but straight surfaces are very easy to mask. The better you mask, the more better your finish will be. So if your masking is good, your paint finish will be very good, because there will be too much of overspray if you don't mask it properly. Now once you are done with laying your primer or your paint, after 30 to 45 minutes you should start to remove all your masking tapes on all your masking, because if you wait for too long, the paint will dry up and then it will peel off along with the tape while you are removing it. So always remove it after 30 to 45 minutes, but it depends on which temperature you are painting in. Like if you are painting in cold weather, then you should wait for around 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes. Like if you are painting in 28 to 32 degrees Celsius, then half an hour to 45 minutes will be fine. But if you are painting below 28 degrees Celsius, then you should wait for around 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes before removing the masking tapes. Now here I am using putty knife to put the masking tape inside to get a better finish. So just slide it inside so that the tape sticks properly and you will get a better finish. See that the tape should not come on top of the paintable area, so be careful about that.
Here you should make sure that all the area which you don't want your paint to get stick to should be covered properly and nicely. Now I am done masking in this area, so watch carefully. I have not missed any part which I don't want my paint to get stick to, so I have masked this area. So this is how you should mask your area. Now here I am using a newspaper to cover my tire and engine part. Newspaper is the cheapest source, so that is what I use to mask. Now here you can see that I am done masking the entire body of the motorcycle where I don't want my paint to get stick to, so I'm done masking. You should not miss any of the part. So here I am masking the front side lights. I have not removed them from the body, but I will mask them and I will paint on top of that. So that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to mix primers and spray primers. So let's start. So this is the measuring cup and it has measurements on it in ml, so we will use this to mix the primer. Now here I am opening a new tin of primer. Now whenever you open a new tin of primer, you should mix it well with a stirrer stick, because you don't know how long it was sitting in the shelves. So once you buy the new primer tin, you always have to mix it properly. So with this stirrer stick I am mixing here and mix it thoroughly. So one more important thing I want to tell you here is always wear gloves and mask while mixing primers or dealing with this type of things, because the smell of these primers are very strong and it can harm your lungs. So be careful and wear your gloves and mask. So now here I am mixing the primer really well, because whenever you start mixing, all the primer is settled down at the bottom of the tin, so you'll have to take it out like this. Just have a look at this. This was all settled at the bottom, so just mix it well. So now I am done with mixing up of the primer. Now I will put it into the measuring cup. I will put around 200 ml in the measuring cup. So now this is my measuring cup and I will put around 200 ml in it. Here I have put around 200 ml of primer. Now I will use a reducer to reduce it. For the reducer I will use a thinner. So here is my thinner. So now I will mix it in the primer. I will put around 100 ml just for the starting, and then I will check what is the viscosity of the primer. I will keep on adding thinner to the primer till I get a good dilution which I can put in the spray gun. Just mix it well. Now here I will show you a technique how you will find that it is the correct dilution. So what you'll have to do is, after mixing, stirring like this, when you take your stirrer stick up, the primer will flow and then it will stop flowing and it will start to flow in drops. So you will have to count those drops like 1, 2, 3. I will show it to you in this video. Just mix the primer well at the moment. Here I will show you the 1, 2, 3 drop technique. So here I am mixing the primer well like this. Keep on stirring, and once you take out the stirrer stick like this, it will flow and it will stop flowing and it will flow in drops like 1, 2, 3. So this count is too slow. I still have to reduce it more. The primer is still thick, is not good enough to put in the spray gun. So here I will reduce it more till I get a good dilution. Now this technique you can use to mix paints as well as clear coats. This is a professional technique. Once you get a good idea of this drop technique, you will be a master in mixing the paints and primers. So this technique you will have to learn thoroughly and become a master in it. So now I am done here with the mixing of the primers, and now here the paint will stop flowing, and 1, 2, 3. So this is the speed of the count you should have. So this is the correct dilution, and I will put this dilution in the spray gun. It is all set for spray. For spray gun I will use a 1.8 tip and a very cheap spray gun because I am using primers. So anyhow I will sand on top of it, so I will use a cheap spray gun. And here I have put a paper filter on the spray gun. So I will put my primer. Here I am putting my primer in my spray gun, and it is getting filtered through the paper filter. If your primer dilution is too thin, then you will get lots of runs in your paint, and if it is too thick, then it will be difficult to flow out of the spray gun. So it should be the correct dilution always. So I have shown you the right technique how to get the correct dilution. So here I have put the primer in the spray can, and now I am all set to shoot. So let's spray the primer. So here I will put the plastic cap on top of my spray can, and I am all ready to shoot here. So first thing what I will do is just wipe my bike a little bit because it's been sitting there in the open for a long time, so a little dust will be there. So I'll just start to wipe the motorcycle at the moment. So I'm wiping here my motorcycle with a cloth. You can use here a tack cloth as well, but this cloth I'm using just here because anyhow I'm going to sand the primer. But don't use this type of cloth on the paint, you will spoil the entire paint. On top of the paint you can only use a tack rag to remove the lint and the dust which gets settled. So this cloth I'm using just for now. Okay, now here I am done with the wiping. So now we'll start to spray the primer. First thing you'll have to do is spray the primer on a wall or on a paper to check your fan width. Once you are satisfied with your fan width, you can start to spray your primer on the bike. I have already shown you how to adjust your fan width in my previous videos. So just keep around 10 to 12 inches gap between your spray gun and your paintable surface and spray the primer. Here I am using a cheap spray gun and a 1.8 tip on my spray gun. I am using a cheap spray gun because anyhow I will be sanding the primer, so there is no point in using an expensive spray gun. So here after a while when you spray the primer, you will see that you can still see the putty spots, like a transparent layer it will become. So don't worry about it, it happens like that. Once you spray 2 or 3 coats, it will disappear by itself. Now here you should not get scared of painting, just be relaxed and do the painting, because if you mess up anywhere there are many more techniques to recover. So don't worry about it, don't get scared. If you get scared you will make more mistakes. So don't get scared and spray with a relaxing mind. Make sure that you don't go too close to the surface that you are painting, otherwise you will get runs there. And also see that you don't stay in one spot for a long time. If you stay in one spot for a long time, you will get a run there. So don't stop in between. Go from one end to another end and then you stop. If you stop in the middle, then there are chances that you will get a run there. So just go on one end and then stop and then go on another end. And one thing you should keep in mind, that don't forget to spray on your edges. Sometimes we spray on the body well and then we forget to spray on the edges and then it is messed up there. So don't forget your edges, just spray on your edges on all sides. One thing you should keep in mind here, that you can see that I have put papers underneath, but they are loose. Don't keep them loose like that, just put good tape around them, because see, they are flying with the air, and now one of the paper is stuck to my primer there. So I will have to remove that and prime there again, so don't let this happen to you. Here I am done with the spraying of primer of the first coat, and I have waited for around 10 minutes, and now I am starting with my second coat here. So wait for 10 minutes to let the primer dry a little bit, and then you can start your second coat. Make sure you don't forget the edges. I'm reminding you again, don't forget the edges, because if you miss the edges, then it will show up on your paint and it will mess up everything. So don't forget the edges. So here I am done with the second coat of primer, and I will let it dry for around 1 day, and then I will start to water sand it. So now the next thing is, after 45 minutes I will remove my masking which we had put before priming. So I will wait now for 45 minutes before removing the masking. Now here the 45 minutes are up, and I am starting to remove the masking. Just pull it against the paint, don't pull it with the paint. Slowly you can remove the masking. The primer is still wet, so don't touch the primer. If you touch the primer, it will get an impression on it, so don't touch it. Just slowly and easily remove the masking.
So that's all in this video, and I will continue my sanding in my next video. So this is the continuation of my previous video, and in this video I will do water sanding of the primer. So let's start.
As you can see here that the primer is dry completely, so now I can start with the water sanding. I have waited for 24 hours for the primer to dry. So now 24 hours have passed and now I can start the water sanding. For water sanding I will use the 400 grit sandpaper. Now while using this 400 grit sandpaper I will not put much pressure and let the sandpaper do the work for you. Don't put too much pressure while sanding and peel off all the primer. So be careful about it, don't put too much pressure, let the sandpaper do the work for you. Now here you will have to sand everywhere you want the paint to get stick to, so sand everywhere. We are sanding now on top of the primer because we want that tooth for the paint to get stick to, so the paint needs something to get stick to, so that's why we are making these grooves to make the paint stick. So sand nicely and patiently and sand every part in a place where you want the paint to get stick. Make sure that you don't sand hard and scrape off all the primer. In few places you can see some paint, but that's okay, no problem about that. Just let the sandpaper do the work for you, don't put too much pressure. Now here on this part I will do only half of the sanding and I will show you what is the difference between sanding and not sanding, so how exactly it looks like. So here I will sand only half of the part and I will show you what exactly it looks like. Now here I have sanded only one side. I have sanded on this side of the panel, so just have a good look at it. You can see some roughness on that side and this side it is totally smooth, so it should be like that. It should be slightly rougher where you have sanded. It is for the paint to get stick to. Just have a good look at it. On one side it is become slightly whiter, so that's how it should be. Now here I am sanding the plastic mudguard. Now there was no paint on this mudguard. I have directly sprayed primer on this mudguard. But the actual thing is you can spray. You get a plastic primer which you can spray on this mudguard directly, and on top of that you should spray this surface primer. So once you spray the plastic primer, within 5 minutes you'll have to spray the surface primer to seal it up, because the plastic primer evaporates. So before it evaporates you'll have to cover it up with the surface primer. I have sprayed primer here directly. I did not face any problem before, so that's okay for me. But if you want to be safe, then you can spray that sealer primer, plastic primer, before laying the surface primer. One more thing I would like to remind you again here is don't put too much pressure on your hand while sanding, because you will scrape off the primer as well. So slightly let the sandpaper do the work for you. and sand all the parts where you want the paint to get stick. Here I'm done with the water sanding of the bike, and after water sanding is done, you'll have to wash the bike with detergent or wax and grease remover. You can use the utensils washing soap to wash the bike. So wash it thoroughly so that all the grease and wax is removed from the bike. So here I'm done washing my bike, and once it is dry, it is all set for painting. So that's all in this video, and I will see you in my next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you mixing paint, tacking and spraying the base coat. As you can see here that my surface is ready for painting. I have already sanded all my body parts and I have already masked the area, and I have kept all the body parts in a position to paint so that while I am painting I don't have to arrange them again. So here you can see all the body parts are sanded and ready for painting. Now my next thing is I will mix my base coat paint. So here I am mixing my base coat paint. This is a measuring cup and the measurements are on the cup. Now I will put here 200 ml of base coat, and the mixing ratio is 1:1. So if I put 200 ml of base coat, I will have to put 200 ml of reducer, which is thinner. So here I am using a 2K paint and a 2K thinner, but I will not go by the 1:1 ratio. I will put 200 ml of base coat and then I will put 100 ml of thinner, and then I will keep on adding more thinner to reduce it, because I want to show you if I put only 1:1/2 ratio, then how the paint drops on the stirrer stick. So this is the jet black paint, which is a PPG brand. When you open the tin for the first time, make sure that you mix it well. When you buy the paint, always ask the paint shop guy what is the mixing ratio of the paint, because they are not giving the proper tin for the paint. They give tins like this, so always ask them and write it on the tin what is the mixing ratio and everything. So here I am putting 200 ml of jet black paint. Now here I have taken exactly 200 ml of base coat black paint. So in this I will put now 100 ml of reducer, and then I will mix it, and then I will keep on adding more reducer to it till I get the perfect dilution. I am doing this just to show you what happens if I put only 1:2 ratio. So here I am putting 100 ml of reducer. You can directly make 1:1 ratio. There is no harm in that. I am just doing this to show you what happens. Just to inform you that this is a 2K reducer and the base coat is also a 2K base coat. So here I have put 100 ml of reducer, and now I will mix it well and I will check what happens with the drop test. Now this base coat has cost me around 1800 rupees, only the base coat for 500 ml. Now here I have mixed 1:2 ratio. So here I will check the drop test, what happens. And here as you can see that the paint is going on flowing and the drops are not even coming. So this is what happens if you put 200 ml of paint and 100 ml of reducer, that is 1:2 ratio. I had done this to show you what happens, and now I will add more reducer to it and get the correct dilution. Now here I am done mixing the base coat, and as you can see the drops are 1, 2, 3, and there is the correct dilution for painting. So my mixing of the paint is done, and now I will put my paint into the spray can. So just remove the cap and put the paper filter, and you can put the mixed paint in the can. Now here it is 200 ml of base coat and 200 ml of reducer, so total it comes to around 400 ml of dilution. So 400 ml of paint is enough for me to paint the whole bike. Now one more important thing here I want to tell you is that I am using a 1.4 tip spray gun. So the needle is 1.4 tip, which I will use to spray the base coat. Now here I am wiping the whole bike with wax and grease remover to remove all the grease and wax which might be there on the surface. So by wiping this, I will get rid of the wax and grease which is there on the surface of this primer. And after this I will do the tacking. Now I will show you how to use a tech rack. Now this is a tech rack. This is how they give us, like in a bundle. So you should open the tech rack first fully. Just open it fully. Like this, you should open it fully, and then you will have to fold it into 4 halves. So after opening it like this, you will have to fold it again like this. And here my tack rack is ready to tack the surface. So now I will start to tack the surface of the bike. You should not put pressure on your hand while tacking it. Let the cloth do the job. Pass it over the surface slightly. Don't put any pressure. If you put too much pressure on the cloth, you will transfer the gum of the tack cloth onto the surface of the primer, and then you will have hard time removing the gum of the tack rack. So just wipe it off slightly and remove all the dust or everything which is there on the surface of the primer. Once I have done with the tacking, I can start to paint the surface. So here I am done with the tacking. Now I will start to paint, and first I will check my fan width if it is proper or no. I will do some adjustment on the fan width nozzle. Just do it as I want the fan width to be. One more tip here, always test your fan width before painting onto the surface. Now here I am done with the fan width adjustment. So now I will start to paint. First of all, I will paint on the smallest part just to check if everything is alright and coming nice and even. After that, I will go on to my bigger parts. Don't forget to spray on the edges. Edges are very important. If you miss the edges, and then if you start to spray the clear coat, and after spraying the clear coat, if you can see some edges are gray, then it will be a big mess. So don't forget to spray your edges. Your spray booth should be well lighted up so that you can see each and every part properly and nicely, and that way you won't miss any edges. Now here I have placed the guards on the back side, on the side which cannot be seen. So I am spraying on that first. After it is dry, I will turn it and spray on the right side of the guard. This way it will get more time to dry and the right side will come nice and even. Now one more thing I want to remind you guys, that you'll have to keep around 10 to 12 inches distance between your gun and the surface, and make sure that you don't stop in between, because if you stop in between with the trigger pressed, all the paint will get accumulated there and then you will get run. And also don't forget to spray your edges, and don't be too close to the surface, because if you will be too close to the surface, you will get runs. Just be consistent in the speed at which you are painting, and don't get worried. Just be relaxed while painting, because if you mess it up, there are many ways to recover. So don't worry much about it. One more thing I would like to remind you here is, don't forget the edges, because when you are applying the first coat, it is very easy where you can see you have missed the edges and all. But while you are doing second and third coat, it is slightly difficult because everything looks black. So there should be good lighting in your spray booth. Your spray booth should be lighted up well. That is the main thing. So be relaxed and continue with your painting. Now here, after painting all the body parts, I have come here to spray on the guards. I have turned these guards now on the other side, and I will spray these guards with a lesser fluid flow. I am pressing the trigger half the way, or you can reduce the fluid flow on the nozzle, because we don't want full fluid flow here, as you will waste all the paint. So adjust your nozzle to less fluid flow and spray the paint on these guards. Now here I am done with my first coat of base coat, and now I will do the tacking after 15 minutes. I have allowed the paint to dry for 15 minutes, and then now I am doing the tacking. Just like this, do tacking for all the parts. This will remove all the bugs and dust which is settled on your paint during this 15 minutes of drying. So make sure that you wipe it lightly and don't press hard. Like this, you tack all the body parts, and then you are all set for the second coat of base. Now here I am going to start my second coat, so let's spray the second coat of base. Now the reason I am so close to the surface is I am pressing half trigger while spraying the base. So because I am testing something here, you don't have to be so close, you just have to maintain your 10 inches distance from the surface and spray the base.
Here I'm done with my second coat, and I have allowed the paint to dry for 15 minutes, and then now I'm tacking again here and removing all the dust and bugs which has settled during these 15 minutes. So then after tacking all the parts, I will start with my third coat of base.
With this I'm done with the third and the last coat of base, and I will allow this to dry for 30 to 45 minutes and I will put the stickers on. So here I have put the stickers on after 30 to 45 minutes when it is dry. I'm not getting the footage where I am putting these stickers, but don't worry about it, I will keep on updating on my course. So here I have put the stickers, and in my next video I will spray the clear coat. So that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Welcome back everyone, and in this video I will show you how to spray the clear coat. So let's get started. So I'll start off with mixing of the clear coat. Here I have bought the clear coat, and you can see here that this is 200 ml of clear and 100 ml of hardener. And in this we have 50 ml of clear coat mixed with Zerelix or flakes, with which we will get nice and rainbow shining sparkles in our clear. The paint shop guy has mixed it by himself and has given to me like this in a separate tin. So like this you should always ask the paint shop guy. Now here I will mix all three of this, and let's get started. So here I will show you the Zerelix which I have put in the clear coat, how it looks like. As you can see here that there is some kind of a shine, some kind of a texture in the clear coat. So this will bring us the shine on our clear coat. Now I will mix all three of this. I will start with the 200 ml of clear coat. I'm putting in the measuring cup at the moment. So after this I will add the 50 ml of clear with the Zerelix inside. I will add to this mixture now. Here I am adding the Zerelix plus 50 ml clear coat. This is also a clear coat. The paint shop guy has just added the sparkles in the clear coat. That's why we have put it separate in a separate tin. Actually this comes as a package, and you just have to add all three of this and mix well, and you will get the correct dilution. Before adding the hardener, make sure that you mix this clear coat well. The Zerelix, like you can see, once it is mixed well, then you can see here the texture is become like shiny. So after mixing well, you can add the hardener to it. Now here I will put the hardener to the clear coat. So once you put the hardener in the mixture, make sure that you mix it well. And once you have mixed it well, your clear is all set to go inside the spray gun. So once you are done with mixing, you can put the dilution or the mixture in the spray gun can. Now here I am putting the clear inside my spray gun can, and I am using 2 paper filters before I put the clear inside my spray gun can. And one more important thing I want to tell you here is that don't put the filter in between the can and the spray gun. You should not put that filter in while spraying with the flakes or Zerelix, because that will hold the Zerelix from flowing out of the spray gun can. And one more important thing I want to tell you here is I am using a 1.4 tip spray gun. So to spray the clear coat, I am using 1.4 tip spray gun. Now I am done mixing with my clear coat, and I have put all my clear coat in my spray gun can, and I'm all set to shoot the clear. So before I do that, I will do tacking here for the last time. So this is the last time that you can do the tacking, because on the clear coat you cannot do the tacking. So before spraying the clear coat is the last time that you can tack, and you can throw out your tack rag. You cannot use it anymore. Now here I am all set to spray the clear, and one important thing you should know that your spray gun should be on full blast, full fluid flow. While you are spraying, you should see the shine directly. It is not like the paint. The paint is like a matte finish, but this clear coat comes as a full glossy. So make sure that once you are spraying directly, you should see the gloss. As usual, you should spray the small parts first and then move on to the bigger parts. Then again, I would like to remind you here that don't forget the edges. On the edges you should spray the clear coat as well, because if you miss the edges, then in some places if you see the matte finish, then it won't look nice. So don't forget to spray on your edges. Now those stickers which you have put on the paint, once you spray the clear on top of them, they will go under the clear coat and they will look really nice, because all the clear coat will be on top of them and you just cannot scratch them off just like that, because they will be covered with the clear coat. Now here I am done with my first coat of clear, and I will allow it to dry for around 15 minutes and then I will start with my second coat. So here I am now starting with my second coat of clear. Here you can see that only on the first coat of clear it is become so glossy. Now here I am putting the second coat of clear, and I will put a thick coat because I want to do buffing after putting this clear coat. So my next chapter will be on buffing. So to do a good buffing I need to put a very thick coat of clear, so that's what I am doing here. And once you do the buffing you will get like an award winning finish, a mirror finish. It's like a mirror you are standing in front of, so it is a really good finish. So in my next video I will show you how to do buffing. Now here I am done with my last and the final coat of clear. Now after this I will let it dry for around 1 hour and I will start to remove the masking. So here it is already dried for around an hour and now I am starting to remove the maskings. Just to remind you that the clear coat is still very wet here. Don't even try to touch the clear coat, you will mess up everything. So just remove the masking carefully without touching any of the clear coated surface. Now here you can see that we had put Xerelix inside our clear coat, and as you can see how nice it is come, nice and glossy, and you can see the rainbow color shining through the clear. Here you can see the rainbow colors. Those are the Xerelix inside our clear. Well, I'm done here by removing the masking, and as you can see how nice and glossy it has come. In my next video I will do color sanding and buffing for these parts. So that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you color sanding and buffing. So this is our finished product. This is all painted and clear coated. So this finish is come out well, but as you can see that you can see slight orange peel, and here there is slightly overspray. So what we will do now is we will sand this mudguard and buff it out and give it a mirror like finish. You don't have to do it, but if the customer asks for it then you will have to do it, but you will have to charge him extra because there is lots of efforts and work in this color sanding and buffing. So you'll have to charge the customer a little bit extra to do this job. As you can see here that my mudguard is already shining, so it will shine more when I do buffing. So I'm using here 2000 grit sandpaper, and what you'll have to do here is you will have to make the surface wet and lightly you will have to sand it. You don't have to put pressure at all. So if it is a flat straight surface then you can use a block, or you can even sand it by your hand. I will use the block for a while and then I will do hand sanding, but you will have to be very careful while sanding this because you don't have to put pressure at all. So just do light sanding on top. You just have to make the surface flat. You don't have to remove the paint and the primer and everything. So you just have to sand the clear coat lightly and make it nice and even and flat. Now while you are sanding this you will get a matte like finish to your paint, so don't worry about it. It should become nice and even and matte and flat. So it has to be like that, and once you get a nice and even and matte finish then you will have to start buffing the area. So once you start buffing the area you will start to get the shine again. So let's do it. Now in between your sanding you will have to dry the surface with a cloth and check if you got a good matte and even finish, or if you have scraped the paint as well. So in between the sanding you'll have to dry the surface and check your progress. Now here in between my sanding I have dried the surface and I will show you how it should look like. Now this is not yet done. As you can see here that I have flat surface only on few spots. Here I have a spot with nice and even flat finish. Here I have one spot, here I have one, and here I have slightly flat spot, but still I can see the shiny surface. You should not see any shiny surface there. So let's continue with the sanding. So from here I am doing hand sanding. So if you are doing hand sanding you will get a good feel of it. Now again I will remind you that you don't have to put too much pressure while sanding it. And one more thing you will notice while sanding is you will get like a froth type liquid flowing down while you are sanding. It is all the clear coat which is coming out, so don't worry about it. So it will become nice and even and flat once you are done. Now while sanding, if you see paint coming out, then stop sanding and you will have to paint that surface again and clear coat it. So that's why I'm telling you, if you want to do buffing, then you'll have to put a thick coat of clear and do sanding lightly. So you don't have to put much pressure on while you are sanding, and make the surface nice and even and flat. One more important thing here is that you don't have to sand the edges, and there is no point in sanding the edges as well, because you'll have to sand only the places, only the surface which everybody can see, which I expose. don't sand on the edges or you might scrape off the paint and clear and everything. So you don't have to do sanding on the edges while you are doing color sanding. Here in between my sanding, I will check if I have got a matte and flat finish. And as you can see here that I have almost got a flat finish in most of my areas, but I still can see some shiny spots. So I will continue with my sanding again till it becomes nice and even and flat. I will check my sanding again here, and as you can see I can still see some shiny spots, so I will continue with my sanding again. One more thing I want to tell you that not all painters can do this color sanding and buffing. There is a special guy who is assigned to do this job. So if you master this color sanding and buffing, then it is a very plus point for you, and you are like the master of painting if you know this color sanding and buffing. So let's continue sanding the surface. Now once more I will check how is my progress, and as you can see that my surface is almost become flat now. I still have some few shiny spots, so it should be totally matte and flat, so I'll still have to continue with my sanding. Now when this surface becomes nice and flat, then once we do the buffing you will get a mirror like finish, like a award winning finish you will get. So let's continue sanding. Now one more important tip I want to give you here is, while sanding, don't use your fingers to put pressure on the sandpaper. Actually you should not put pressure here at all, but while you are sanding, use your palm, use your entire hand to sand the surface. Like this you'll have to use your entire palm and hand. So the pressure will be nice and even on all the surface. So do sanding like this. As you can see here that finally I am done with the sanding process, and the surface, as you can see, is become nice and even and flat and matte. So this is how it should be. So now I will start with my buffing and get that shine back. Now here for buffing I will use a 3M Perfected EX rubbing compound. I will use this polish to do the buffing, and this is the buffing machine which I will use. I have already put a woolen pad on it, white color. So now I will put this rubbing compound on the surface and start the buffing. Now one more important thing here is that the buffing machine you will have to keep on the lowest speed rating, the lowest RPM, like 1000 to 1200 RPM. That's it. You don't have to go more than that or you will burn the paint. While you are doing the buffing, make sure that you keep the pad flat on the surface, and in between the buffing your compound will disappear from the surface, so you'll have to put more compound and do the buffing again till you get the nice and shiny surface. One more important thing I want to tell you here is that you should not keep the buffing machine on in one spot for long time or you will burn the paint and mess up everything. So keep on moving the buffing machine from one place to another. Don't keep it in one spot for a long time. Now here I am done with the buffing with the woolen pad, and I will change my pad to the sponge pad to get the mirror finish. And as you can see on the surface that I have already acquired somewhat shining surface. So now I will change the pad to a sponge pad and do buffing with the sponge pad now to acquire the mirror like finish. So here I am putting more compound and I will do buffing with the sponge pad now. So let's get that mirror finish. Finally, I'm done with the buffing, and as you can see, I've got a mirror like finish. I will show you from close, and all my orange peel is gone, and it is now like a mirror, and you can see the Xerilix inside my clear coat. All the shiny things we had put in the clear coat, we can see it now here, and so you can see somebody passing by. It's like a mirror now. This is the mirror finish we are looking for. Nice and flat mirror like finish. So now I will buff my entire mudguard. I have done sanding already to my entire mudguard, and I have sanded it nice and even and matte and flat. So I will do my buffing here now, and I will put some more compound and start doing my buffing with my woolen pad first, and then I will do with the sponge pad. One more important tip I want to give you here is that you should not sand the entire body and then do the buffing for the entire surface of the vehicle. So you'll have to do it part by part, section by section. Just sand one part first and then buff it out, get the good finish, and then you move on to another part for sanding. Like this you will get good results, because if you do sanding to the whole body in one time, then your patience also counts there, how much patience you have, because it takes a long time to do this thing. That's why always do section by section, because you can sand and buff one section today and tomorrow you can do the another part. Here friends, finally I'm done with buffing out the entire mudguard, and as you can see it is nice and smooth and glossy finish, and it is raining outside. As you can see here, it is very nice weather, and I'm doing my buffing here, and you can see the mirror like finish. You can see there, you can see the Xerolex. This is the award winning finish that we are looking for. It is the mirror finish. So that's all in this video, and I will meet you in my next video where I will do buffing to the entire body of the vehicle. Hello everyone and welcome back to autospraypaintlearning.com, and in this video I will show you how to buff the rest of the body parts and how to restore the lights. So as you can see here that there is a slight orange peel on this part. It is still glossy and shiny, but you can see that there is a slight orange peel, and from far away you cannot make out anything. It still looks shiny, but if you go close to it, then you can see that there is an orange peel. So now we will do color sanding and buffing for this section, and as you can see the lights are also faded out, and we will do buffing for the lights as well. So here I am using 1500 grit sandpaper to sand the lights first, and then I will use 2000 grit sandpaper for the lights and for this entire section. So first I will start off by sanding the lights, and if you cannot sand properly, then you can remove the panel of the light and then you can sand it off the body. So here I am removing the panel of the light, and I will sand it, and then I will put it back after sanding. After I put it back, then I will sand all the parts with 2000 grit sandpaper. Now here I am done using the 1500 grit sandpaper, and from now on I will use this 2000 grit sandpaper to sand this whole section. Make sure that you are doing water sanding, and now here you should get a nice and matte and flat surface after sanding it so that you can do the buffing. So let's sand the section and let's see what type of finish we get. I just want to remind you here that you don't have to put too much pressure on your hand, just let the sandpaper do the work. Just lightly you sand it on top, and in between you'll have to dry and see if your surface has become matte and flat. So as you can see here that it is still looking shiny. My lights are already done sanding, they look nice and matte, but the paint still needs to be sanded more, so I will continue with my sanding here till I get a nice and flat surface. As you can see here that I am already done sanding lights and the part below the lights and the one with the Suzuki sticker. All of my parts are done sanding, and as you can see that it has become nice and flat and even. So now I will start with my buffing. For the buffing I will use the rubbing compound and start buffing with the woolen pad. So here I am putting the rubbing compound on all the parts, and I will do the buffing with the woolen pad first. One more important thing I want to remind you here is you should not buff in one place for a long time, as you will burn the paint, and also you should keep the RPM speed of the buffing machine to the lowest, 1000 to 1200 RPM, so that you will not burn the paint. So let's do the buffing. As you can see here that my lights are already nice and shiny, and I am not even done with the sponge pad yet. So as you can see here, the lights have become nice and shiny. Like this you can restore any of the lights, even the headlight and the front lights as well. So this is the process to restore lights. As you can see, from dull they have become so new and shiny. Here I cannot find the footage where I'm actually buffing with the sponge pad, but after woolen pad I have buffed this section with the sponge pad, but I can't find the footage. But don't worry about it, I have used sponge pad in my previous video and further in this video as well, so you can check that out. So here I'm done with the buffing of this section, and I will show it to you now how it looks. So as you can see here that it has become like a new mirror finish. Even you can see the lights, they are so shiny and looking so new. So now I will compare it with before buffing and after buffing, and as you can see here the difference, the lights are looking like new lights, and the paint also is so mirror finish. So the lights, as you can see here, they have become almost like new. So this is how you can restore your lights. And now I will continue buffing the rest of my bike. So let's start the buffing again. I have already acquired nice and flat surface here by sanding to this section, and now I will start with my buffing here. Okay, here I'm done buffing with the woolen pad, and I will change my pad to the sponge pad now and do the rest of the buffing with the sponge pad and see what type of finish I will get. Now let's see what type of finish we got here. As you can see, it is now become like a mirror, and you can see the Xerelix inside the clear, and when light falls on this Xerelix they will shine like a rainbow color and they will look really nice. So this is the award winning mirror finish that we are looking for. So that's all in this course, and I'm hoping that you have learned something nice in this course, and I will meet you in my next course where I will actually paint a car. So till then, bye and take care. Hello everyone and welcome back to Auto Spray Paint Learning, and as you can see here, this is Maruti Alto, and you can see how the paint is of the front bumper. It is slightly a faded type of a paint. This is a new car, so this is factory paint, but it is slightly faded kind of. And as you can see here, the car bumper has been scratched off. Somebody banged into his car, and that is the reason why this scratch has come here, and it is not looking that good. So the owner of this car has told me to repaint the whole bumper because he doesn't like the look of that scratch. So now I will repaint this whole bumper with the same color. It is a silver color, After repainting, I will show you what type of finish I can achieve. And at the moment you can see that the finish is a matte kind of. So let's see what type of finish I will get after my paint job is over. So before I start the paint job, I will remove the bumper from the car. That way it is easy for me to paint the bumper. So if you want to know how to remove the bumper, I have a channel on YouTube, Ryson's Garage. You can go on that channel and see exactly how I have removed this bumper. The link of the video I will put in the resource section or the description. Now I have removed the bumper already, and there is an emblem here, the Suzuki emblem, which I don't want my paint to get onto. So what I will do is I will mask this entire emblem here. So you'll have to do the masking well so that paint will not stick to this emblem, make a dirty paint job. So do the masking properly. The better the masking, the better the paint job. As you can see here, I have already masked the emblem. It takes a lot of time to mask the area. That's why I have removed the bumper from the car to save some time. And now I can do the paint job very nicely and easily. So I will take a 400 grit sandpaper and do water sanding to the entire bumper. Okay, so I'm done with the sanding here. Now you'll have to wash the bumper nicely so that all the dust from the sanding should go away and the bumper should become nice and clean. I'm already done with the washing of the bumper now, and I will give it some time to dry completely. And here I will apply some plastic primer to all the places where the plastic bumper has been exposed. Actually they are very tiny scratches, so even if you don't apply the plastic primer it is okay, but I will apply the plastic primer just for the paint to get better bonding. So once the plastic primer is completely dry, we'll have to re-sand it with a 400 grit sandpaper and make the surface smooth. So here I am done with all the sanding work. Now I will wipe the entire bumper with a wax and grease remover, which will leave it clean and dry. Now I will mix my paint, silver color. I have already the right shade for the car, as the paint shop guy has already mixed the right shade and given me. He is very good in matching the right shade. So I have brought 100 ml paint here, and the entire 100 ml paint I will empty in my measuring cup, and this paint has 1:1 ratio, so I will add 100 ml thinner to it. Always ask the paint shop guy for the paint ratio so that you will get the correct dilution. So once you have added 100 ml paint and 100 ml thinner, you will have to mix the paint well. If you are using a Bilux paint, then you will have to use a Bilux polyurethane thinner. If you put a different brand of thinner in the Bilux paint, then you might have problems while painting. Here I am already done with mixing of the paint. I will check the drop test. 1, 2, 3. I will mix it slightly more. 1, 2, 3. So it is the correct dilution. So I am done mixing the paint here, and now I will put the paint in my spray gun. And here I have already put the paint in the spray gun, and I am using a 1.3 tip spray gun here. Now first I will spray on the scratches or wherever I have applied the plastic primer. Only those parts I will cover with paint. The fluid flow of my spray gun, I have kept it very less because I am dealing with the small scratches here. That is the reason why very less spray is coming out of my spray gun. And the scratches on this bumper are very tiny. That is the reason why I have not applied putty. If the scratches were deep scratches, then I would have applied putty there, and I would have sanded and leveled that putty, then applied primer, then sand that primer again, then apply the base coat. So once you have sprayed the base coat on all the scratch surfaces or the plastic primed surfaces, I have given 10 minutes for it to dry, and after 10 minutes I will wipe the entire bumper with a tack cloth. And now my bumper is ready for the base coat. So now I will start the first coat of my base coat. So I am done applying the first coat of my base coat, and as you can see how nice it is come out. So now I will give 10 minutes for this first coat to dry, and then I will apply my second coat. As you can see here, just by applying the first coat, how nice it has already started to look. Already 10 minutes have passed and my bumper is dry already. So now I will take a tech cloth and wipe the entire bumper again before applying the base coat. So I am done already wiping the entire bumper with the tech cloth. Now I have already started to spray my second and the last coat of my base coat. Here I am done applying my second or last coat of my base coat, and as you can see here how nice it is come out, and so nice it is looking now. Now again I will give 10 minutes for it to dry and apply the clear coat. Now 10 minutes have already passed and now I am wiping the entire bumper with the tech cloth again, and this is the last time where you can use the tech cloth to wipe the bumper, because you cannot use the tech cloth on a clear coat. So for the last time I am using this tech cloth to wipe the entire bumper. So here I will start to apply my clear coat, and the moment you apply the clear coat, gloss look should come on your bumper. If the gloss look is not coming, then you will have to adjust your fluid flow nozzle. You will have to open it up a little bit so that more fluid flows through a spray gun, and you will get a nice and glossy looking finish. After applying the clear coat, I will show you how it should look like after applying the clear coat. So here I am already done applying the first coat of my clear coat, and as you can see here how nice it is looking, how nice and glossy. This is how it should look like. If you want, you can just apply one single clear coat and finish off the paint job, because this is a bumper and bumper keeps on getting scratches, small scratches from bumping somewhere, or so you don't have to waste too much time on it. If you apply 2 coats, you will get good protection. So I will apply 2 coats for my bumper. Here I have already started my second and last coat of my clear coat, and I have given 15 minutes for it to dry before applying the second coat. So after applying the second coat, I will let this bumper dry for at least 24 hours, and the next day I will start to put this bumper back on the car. I'm done applying the second and the last coat of my clear coat, and as you can see how nice it is looking, how nice and glossy it is come out. It is come out really very good. Now I will give this bumper at least 24 hours to dry, and after drying tomorrow I will put it back on the car. So I will meet you now after I'm done doing the fitting of the bumper. After your paint job is done, don't forget to remove the masking. Wait for at least 45 minutes and then you can remove the masking. But see that you don't touch the clear coat while removing the masking. Okay, I'm done removing the masking now, and as you can see how nice it is looking now. It is come out really very nice. So I'm done with the fitting of the bumper, and as you can see the gloss of the bumper is now matching the hood of the bumper. It's looking really very nice, and as you can see the scratch which was here is gone completely and it is looking like a new one. The paint matching here you can see is also come out very nice. So hoping that you have learnt a lot in this video. So that's all in this video, and I will see you in my next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to Auto Spray Paint Learning, and in this video I will show you how to remove a bug which has fallen on your clear coat. So while applying clear coat, if a bug falls on your clear coat, then I will show you how to remove that one. So let's start. So while I was spraying clear coat, one mosquito came and directly sat on my bumper. So while I was spraying here, you can see that fly came in between my spray gun and the bumper, and because of my spray gun air pressure, it got embedded in the clear coat. Here I will give a slightly zoomed and slow motion view of how the mosquito got embedded in the clear coat. As you can see, it directly got embedded in my clear coat. Now we will have to remove this mosquito when the clear coat is still wet, because if the clear coat dries, then this mosquito will become permanent in your clear coat. The mosquito which fell went directly inside of the clear coat because of the air pressure of my spray gun. So very carefully you will have to remove it with the long nail of your finger. It is very upsetting to see a fly falling down on your good paint job, but you will have to stay calm and relaxed and remove the fly like how I am doing it in this video. So don't panic. So here comes my mosquito out, and you saw how I removed it with my fingernail. So there is a slight unevenness in the clear coat because I put my fingernail in it. So I'll try to level it with the fingernail as well. You'll have to be very careful while doing this. So now I will press my trigger only a little bit and let the dry air come out from my spray gun. It's only the air, not the clear coat. So I will use the air to dry the surface of the clear coat a little bit faster. So once the surface is dry a little bit, I will spray 2 passes of clear coat so that the surface becomes level. This is why you will have to keep one fingernail long to remove all this dirt, mosquitoes and bugs. If your surface is not level, then you can do color sanding and buffing and make the surface level and smooth. So hoping that you have learned a lot in this video. So that's all in this video, and I will see you in my next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to Auto Spray Paint Learning, and in this video I will do restoration of these headlights. And as you can see, these headlights have become matte kind of, and there are some kinds of marks on these headlights. It looks like somebody had polished and buffed this headlight. Now I will do restoration of this headlight, so keep watching and I will give this headlight a totally new look. Now let's go on the other side and check the other headlight, and as you can see, this headlight also is faded and has become matte. So once I finish the restoration process, I will compare both the before and after footage, and I will show you exactly how before it looked like and how it looks after restoration. Here I am going to give you a permanent solution. It is not that I will just do sanding and buffing on this headlight which lasts for a few months. So for permanent solution, keep watching this video. Here I have detached both the headlights from the car. So now I can work on them very nicely and effectively without damaging any paint on the car. You can even do this process without removing the headlights. I have just removed them because it makes the process a lot faster. So if you are doing this process without removing the headlights, see that you do the masking properly and protect your car paint. So here I will be using a 1200 grit sandpaper, and I will be doing water sanding. As you can see, I have put some water on my headlight. You see that it doesn't dry up while sanding, but keep the surface wet all the time while you are sanding, and sand the headlight nicely. As you can see here, the yellow paste like thing is coming out. That is the faded layer which is coming out. So let it come out. It should come out like that. So keep sanding. Now as you can see here, the yellow paste have stopped coming and now white color paste has started to come. Once this white color paste starts to come, you should stop sanding. So what you should do next is rinse this headlight with fresh water and leave it for drying. Here I am finished sanding one headlight. So I will compare the one which I have sanded and the one which I have not sanded. So the top one here is the one which I have sanded just now. It is slightly wet, and as you can see, the one which I have not sanded, it has a yellow kind of a shade on it, but the one which I have sanded has become nice and white. So I am done sanding both the headlights. Now I will use a wax and grease remover and wipe off both the headlights so that any wax or grease which is present on these headlights will go off, and my surface is ready for the next step. Now I will mix the clear coat, and here I have taken Bilux second quality clear coat. You can take whichever quality clear coat you like, but it should have a UV protection on it. So here I am taking 150 ml clear coat. I am taking 150 ml because it is not only for the headlights, I have to paint one bumper as well. So if you are only painting the headlights, then 20 ml clear coat is enough for you, depending on the size of the headlights. So here I have taken 150 ml of clear coat, and in that I will put around 50 ml of hardener, which should be around 35% of the total amount of clear coat which I have taken. And now I will add around 50 ml of thinner in it. So this total dilution now will come up to 250 ml. If you had taken 20 ml of clear coat, then the dilution would have come to 40 ml. If you have watched my course videos properly, then you can skip this step of mixing the clear coat, because by now you should be a master of mixing the clear coat. Here I am done mixing the clear coat. Now I will put the clear coat in my spray gun, and here I have taken 1.4 mm tip spray gun. I will put the cloth filter and pour the entire clear coat in my spray gun cup. For the PSI, I will set my spray gun on 29 PSI to spray this clear coat. Once you set your PSI on 29 PSI, just check your spray pattern. Before applying the clear coat, see that you wipe the headlights with a tech cloth. Here I have already wiped my headlights with a tech cloth. Now I have already started to spray my clear coat. Here I am done applying the first coat of my clear coat, and now I will leave it for drying for around 10 to 15 minutes and apply my second coat. So 10 minutes have passed already, and now I am applying my second coat. So this time I am applying in the cross direction. You can rewind the video and check which direction I have sprayed the first coat. So this time I am spraying in a different direction, in the cross direction, so that I get a nice and even coat. Now here I am done applying both the coats. So now I will leave it for drying for around 24 hours, and tomorrow I will fit them onto the car and show you how they look like. So here I have already fixed my headlights back onto the car, and as you can see how fresh and new they look like. They are looking absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see the comparison between the before and after, and as you can see here how they were and how they are looking now. They are looking absolutely amazing. So that is a permanent fix for your faded headlights, and this will last for a long time now. So that's all in this video guys, and I hope you have learned a lot in this video. You can even do this headlight restoration without taking out the headlight from the car, but you'll have to do a proper masking so that your car paint doesn't get scratched. So I will see you now in my future videos. Over and out.